Recording in progress.
Good afternoon. I'd like to call this meeting to order at 4:00 p.m. and announce that the board will meet in closed session to address items 1 through 4 on the agenda. Mr. Superintendent, are there any public comment on these items?
There are no public comments.
Great, then I'd like to close public comment and recess into closed session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call this meeting back to order at 6 o'clock p.m. and announce that the board met in closed session and no action was taken. All right, good evening and welcome to the Elk Grove Unified School District board meeting. Live streaming of full in-person board meetings is available to the public by using the link located on the district's website. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. We encourage you to attend the meetings and share your feedback with the board. Your active participation is valued and contributes to the decision-making process. During regular board meetings, the public may make public comment for items on the agenda and items not on the agenda. Requests to make public comment will be accepted up until for an item up until the board president introduces the item. Generally, members of the public will be given 3 minutes to address the board. If there are 15 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comment time to 2 minutes each. If there are 30 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comments to 1 minute each. Individuals may not defer their time to another individual speaker to increase their total speaking time. Please be mindful that district students may be watching. You are encouraged to address the board and the public in a respectful manner such that all those observing, from children to adults, are made to feel welcome, safe, and valued. The board shall not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of board meetings. Persistent disruption by an individual or group shall be grounds for the board president to provide a warning and then to terminate the individual's privilege of addressing the board. All right, our land acknowledgement, Ms. Chin.
Thank you. We acknowledge that the Elk Grove Unified School District administrative facilities and schools occupy the unceded territory of the Miwok, the original people of the skies, land, and waters where we work and learn. The Miwok have cared for these lands since time immemorial. They continue to teach their traditional knowledge that comes from and responds to the needs of the land and people who share it. May our daily lives and work teaching, learning, leadership, and community engagement support the evolving vision of the Miwok for their community and these lands. May we strive to acknowledge the past for the betterment of our future generations. May we look towards our tribal partners, the Wilton Rancheria, the descendants of the original people of this land, to assist with the successful education of our community.
Thank you very much. And for the Pledge of Allegiance, tonight we have Sunrise Elementary School. Ms. Moore.
Yes, thank you so much. Tonight we are going to be recognizing Miss Julie Dumit. So if you'd like to please come forward so we can recognize you. Ms. Dumit, Sunrise Elementary School is honored to recognize you as our education partner. Ms. Dumit and her husband, Mr. Andy Smith, are the proud parents of Sarah Smith, a soon-to-be 5th grade student at Sunrise Elementary. Ms. Dumit has been an active volunteer at Sunrise Elementary for years, but her time given to our school community over the last 2 years has been nothing short of remarkable. Ms. Dumit volunteered to be our parent-faculty organization vice president, and within several short weeks and an unfortunate resignation, Ms. Dumit stepped in to provide leadership, guidance, and stability to our PFO. Under her direction, our PFO and school have hosted our most successful community events like the annual Harvest Festival, school dances, Jogathon fundraisers, and many other community building opportunities. Over the past 2 years, she has partnered with the Sunrise Equity Leadership Team to bring our multicultural night back to life. Dozens of families shared their home culture through foods and crafts, and our students shared their culture through a red carpet fashion show, cultural performances, and persuasive essays about diversity and inclusion. Under Ms. Dumit's lead, this special event has expanded and helped us to be a warm and welcoming place in our community. Ms. Dumit, your tireless efforts have helped to make our school a wonderful place to be for every child. Thank you for your support to the Sunrise Elementary community.
Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
right, thank you very much. Next up, we have some athletic recognitions. Mr. Nickerson.
Good evening. Sorry for the delay. President Vargas, members of the school board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos. Tonight, I'm honored to introduce to you 8 very special athletes and 1 very special team. First, we'd like to introduce head track coach Tony Gates from Pleasant Grove High School and Masters champion pole vaulter Sophia Forst, a junior at Pleasant Grove High School. Yep.
Want me to take them?
Yep.
Okay, you take your speech.
Yep. Sophia won with a vault of 12 foot 6 inches. With this vault, she also broke the Pleasant Grove High School pole vault record. Sophia also placed 3rd at the pole vault at the state meet. Next honoree is also a junior sprinter, Cy Lugo from Elk Grove High School. Won both the 100 and the 200 meter races at the Masters meet. He is with Elk Grove High School track coach Irvin Kendall and Dave Stone. Cy also placed 5th at the state meet. Next, we have 6 athletes from Consumnes Oaks High School. Sophomore Jordan Mabongo and junior Devin Stefan from Consumnes Oaks, who are unified 100-meter Masters champions. Also from Consumnes Oaks are track coaches Derek Downs and Jack Maloney with the 4x400 relay Masters champions. They finished with the fastest time in the section this year at 3 minutes 18.9 seconds. The team consists of seniors Jackson Trainum, Andrew Bishop, Jordan Agbetter, and junior Joda Woodwall. Congratulations. Yes. Sure. Eric's here, yeah. Thank you. Yep. Next, we will honor the Franklin High School baseball team who won the section's Division I baseball championship for the second time in the past 3 years with a 4-3 victory over St. Mary's in the finals. After winning their 4th consecutive Delta League championship, the number 3 Franklin High School marched through the playoffs, beating Folsom, Oak Ridge, Rockland, and then St. Mary's to secure their championship and earn the right to compete in the NorCal playoffs for the second time in 3 years. At this time, I'd like to introduce head coach and Delta League Baseball Coach of the Year, Brian Kilby, who will introduce his coaches and athletes.
Thank you very much, Dave. Appreciate it. I don't have all my players here tonight. I got some on vacation, some playing baseball across the country, and some working. But we do have a good core group of our guys here, and then I've got a couple of our coaches here too. So the ones that are here, I'll just announce their names. We'll start with Easton Fernald. Andrew Flores. Noah Flores. Nolan Manawis. Royal McKinney. Chance Moore. Kyle Timmons. Dylan Wood. A couple of my assistant coaches are here as well. Eric Lapachet. And it's been kind of cool. The last 3 years, I've had an opportunity to coach with my dad, who retired as the executive vice president of the California Chamber of Commerce a couple years ago. And so I get a chance to coach with him, so that's pretty neat. So my dad, Dave Kilby. Really proud of this group. We had a bunch of guys step up with some big hits, some big pitches, some big plays. Total team effort for sure. So great job to these guys.
All right. Next up, we have two resolutions tonight, starting with our Juneteenth Independence Day resolution. Dr. Collier.
Good evening, President Vargas, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos, colleagues, and members of the public. The Board of Education is requested to approve resolution number 95, declaring June 19, 2025 as a local holiday. The United States Congress designated June 19th as Juneteenth Independence Day in recognition of the historical significance of Juneteenth Independence Day to the United States. This resolution supports the continued nationwide celebration of Juneteenth Independence Day to provide an opportunity for the people of the United States to learn more about the past, to better understand and reckon with the experiences that shaped the United States, and to recognize the observance of the end of slavery as part of the history and the heritage of the United States of America. The Emancipation Proclamation was issued on January 1st, 1863. However, that news of the Civil War had ended and that the enslaved were free didn't reach Texas until June 19, 1865. Juneteenth, or June 19th, became the 12th federally recognized holiday when legislation was signed into law by President Joe Biden in 2021. By gubernatorial proclamation, the first observance of Juneteenth National Freedom Day, a day of observance in California, was June 2023. In support of this resolution, this year, the Curriculum and Professional Learning Department will provide resources to teachers to learn about, recognize, and celebrate Juneteenth Independence Day. Furthermore, the Education and Equity Department has posted additional resources on their department website for district personnel. The Board of Education is requested to approve resolution number 95, declaring June 19, 2025 as a local holiday.
Thank you very much. Mr. Yang, do we have any blue cards on this item?
Board President, there's no blue card on this item.
Are we? Okay. All right, perfect. There being no blue cards, I will entertain a motion to approve resolution number 95, declaring June 19th, 2025 as a local holiday.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Ballerini,
Second.
seconded by Ms. Baldwin. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, next up, our resolution is for secure firearms storage. Ms. Lavasser.
So this one is,
All right, I'm not as tall as Dr. Collier, so a little bit. Good evening. The Board of Education is asked to adopt resolution number 96, declaring the importance of secure firearm storage and associated preventative measures to increase student and school safety. Evidence strongly suggests that secure firearm storage is an essential component to any effective strategy to keep schools and students safe. It has been determined that an estimated 4.6 million American children live in households with at least one loaded, unlocked firearm, and that every year an average of 350 children under the age of 18 unintentionally shoot themselves or someone else. Tragically, more than 1,200 die by gun suicide each year, most often using guns belonging to a family member. In incidents of gun violence on school grounds, 75% of active shooters are current students or recent graduates, and up to 80% of shooters under the age of 18 obtained their guns from their own home, a relative's home, or from friends. Research shows that secure firearm storage practices are associated with up to 85% reduction in the risk of self-inflicted and unintentional firearm injuries among children and teens. In response to the alarming facts surrounding firearms and the access by children and our students, the State Superintendent of Public Instruction has made an urgent request of school districts to inform their school communities about the laws regarding the safe storage of firearms, and has made resources available regarding gun safety on the California Department of Education's Violence Prevention webpage.
Thank you very much. Mr. Yang, are there any blue cards on this item?
yes, Board President, there is a blue card. Calling on Curve Thompson.
I have always believed guns are just a tool, just like a hammer. A hammer in the right hands can build you a house. A hammer in the wrong hands, well, we've all seen movies. And very similarly, the hammers at my house are stored away, and my kids are not allowed to touch them without myself or my wife present until we feel they are mature enough to know when and how to use these tools. So finally, I get to come to the school board meeting and say, I like this thing that you guys are doing. As someone who grew up around guns from an early age, I went through a hunter safety course at the age of 12, which legally allowed me to walk around the woods freely with a loaded weapon, as long as I had my hunter's license on me. I am a huge proponent of firearm safety and encouraging families to keep their guns out of the hands of people who don't know how to properly use them. Not just kids, anybody. However, while I'm glad you're promoting basic firearm safety, I don't think this goes far enough. This resolution rightly points out the deaths of children unintentionally shot and those who committed suicide as reasons to lock up your guns at home, rightfully so. Every one of those deaths is a tragedy, and there should be something done to prevent them. This resolution fails to mention how multiple studies, many of which conducted using CDC data, suggest anywhere from 60,000 to 2.5 million cases of defensive gun use per year, which possibly save a life. Therefore, while I'm in favor of this resolution, future iterations of it should include some encouragement for responsible gun owners to teach their kids the proper maintenance and use of firearms, as well as the extreme responsibility of owning, carrying, and operating firearms once they believe their children are mature enough to know when and how these tools are to be used. There are several places in the Sacramento area, usually gun ranges, that offer firearm safety courses, which could be reached out to and potentially worked with to help parents educate their children on the importance of firearm safety. In conclusion, we shouldn't only be focusing on instilling fear of guns into students. I would say a healthy respect for firearms would be a better approach. And since most of you have no problem with that approach when it comes to the topic of sex and sexuality onto our students without the approval of parents, I'd imagine you'd be just as excited to encourage our students to exercise their rights and responsibilities of owning and operating firearms under the Second Amendment. I hope you will all consider taking my advice on this resolution when it comes up again next year. But in the meantime, this resolution is fine, and I fully support it. Thank you.
That ends the blue card in this item, Board President.
Thank you very much. I will entertain a motion to approve resolution number 96, declaring the importance of secure firearm storage and associated preventative measures to increase student and school safety.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Albiani, seconded by Mr. Yang. Is there any discussion? Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Request for student return from expulsion. I will entertain a motion to approve the recommendations for students seeking readmission to Elk Grove Unified School District from expulsion.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Ballerini,
Second.
seconded by Ms. Moore. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Public comment. Mr. Yang, are there any blue cards for items not on the agenda?
Yes, Board President, we got a few. Calling on Tijuana. Followed by Cali. To the right.
Good afternoon or good evening, everyone. My name is Tijuana Barnes. I am the current president of the Sacramento NAACP. I want to first thank the gentleman who put the resolution on the table because in 9 days it would be Juneteenth. But I come here with great sadness because although on June 19, 1865, the last few people who were enslaved found out they were free, their ancestors still come to public schools in this country and face racism. Now, earlier this year, after there was a derogatory learning material provided to our students, We wrote a letter asking for a public apology. We wanted to know what type of actions would happen with the educator. We wanted to know what the school district is going to continue to do, especially under these executive orders to remove equity in the school districts. What are you going to do to ensure our students don't face this in your school district? And what I'm learning is that it's not just your students. There are staff members who feel discouraged in your schools based on their race. There are also teachers that feel discouraged. I had some lined up to speak today, but 2 students, but they were very concerned of the retaliation within their school if they spoke out on how they're being treated. And so I come to you, and I'm looking at my time because I'm very respectful of time. I'm very qualified to speak in front of this board. Just a little bit, I'm going to tell you because you will see a lot of me over the 2025-2026 school year. I did hold dual certifications in special education and general education, taught in DC Public Schools and Baltimore City Public Schools, and recently completed my employment representing children in foster care in Sacramento County. So children will be my priority over my administration. The treatment of Black and brown students within Elk Grove, because it's a constant thing. We keep getting phone calls about how our children are being treated within the school district. So I do not want this school board to not acknowledge that there is hostility within your school district. And when you're doing your training for the next school year, please enforce to your staff, no matter which part of Elk Grove they live in, that you cannot treat students unfairly, even if you look like them, and that you will be reprimanded. We do have people next year that will be coming to your school board meetings reporting out, so I can know exactly how you're addressing my concerns. Thank you again.
Thank you. Next, calling on Callie, followed by Nate Smith.
Hello everyone, my name is Callie Lloyd and I'm an incoming senior at Valley High School in the Elk Grove Unified School District. I am also a youth advocate with the Village Advocates of Sacramento. At my school, I serve as the senior class vice president and the diversity commissioner. Now, I would like to share some of my concerns about racial discrimination in the school district and my own experiences with you all here today. Last year, I was on my school's varsity volleyball team. Me and another girl were the only black girls on the team, the rest being Asian along with my coach. Later on this season, with only 4 games left, I got a text from my coach saying that I would be benched from my unsportsmanlike behavior. With receiving this message, I was confused. I have never been the type of athlete to be unsportsmanlike. In fact, on my cheer team, I am known for always helping my teammates and uplifting others. There was also a verbal conflict with me and another teammate at a game where the teammate told my coach about the situation and lied and said I cussed her out, which was untrue. Instead of asking me about the situation or even hearing my side of the story, my coach decided that she was going to remove me from the team. The next day, my coach called for a meeting where she allowed my teammates to speak about concerns they specifically had about me. During that meeting, my teammates said that I was too passionate, intimidating, and unapproachable because I always spoke my mind, following along with many other hurtful things I have never heard prior. When my teammates were saying these things, my coach did and said nothing. I had the chance to speak during the meeting, but felt as if I had to tone down my voice or walk on eggshells around my teammates because every time I tried to say something, my coach was there defending my teammates' feelings and didn't do the same for me. Not only were my coach and teammates' actions hurtful, I felt as if I was being discriminated against because I was one of the only black girls on the team. The team had some issues, and I believe I was the easy target to put blame on because according to the stereotypes, black people are always rude and unapproachable. And that was the narrative they were trying to pin on me. Me and my parents brought this issue up to the school where we had a meeting with the coach, but nothing was done. As a black and brown student who has many leadership titles on campus, I feel it is my responsibility to bring these issues to light. As a school district, we should do better at making sure every student on campus feels comfortable, seen, and heard. Discrimination is an ongoing problem in the EGUSD school district, and I would like to see you all here today make an effort to put it into it. Thank you.
Thank you. Calling on Nate Smith.
Good evening, board members. I just wanted to take the opportunity and commend the board, Director Regali and her staff on quickly addressing the comment I had on a previous meeting to put the definition of the levels on their website. That was quickly addressed, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. And Board President, that ends the blue card on this item.
Thank you very much. And thank you to the public for these comments. Appropriate district staff will follow up with concerns presented during public comment. All right, next up is consent agenda. Mr. Yang, are there any blue cards on the consent agenda?
Board President, there's no blue card on this item.
Very well, then I will entertain a motion to approve items 1 through 33 on the consent agenda.
Move.
Moved by Mr. Yang, seconded by Ms. Albiani. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, bargaining units. Are there any bargaining units who wish to address the board at this time? All right, seeing none, we will keep moving. We have a couple reports tonight, starting with Special Education Services. Ms. Regali.
No. Oh, here. Click on this. Thanks. Good evening, Chairperson Vargas, members of the board, Mr. Hoffman, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos, Ann Regali, and I'm here, thank you very much, to give an update on special education. As you recall, last year we added the word services. So special education is a service and not a place. Our work in special ed aligns with a district learning vision focusing on the 4 identified strategic goals, specifically targeting the needs of students with disabilities. Our mission is to provide an appropriate, high-quality service in the least restrictive environment to all students with disabilities. This evening I'll be sharing some program highlights, a little bit on retention and recruitment, and school and community events. California's SB 692 affirms that all students, including those with disabilities, are general education students first and should be educated with their peers unless an IEP states otherwise. Another assembly bill I'd like to draw your attention to, I discussed this a little bit last year, the alternate pathway diploma. A student is required to take the alternate assessment in grade 11, and then the student is required to complete state standards aligned coursework, meeting the California statewide minimum coursework requirements. The first eligible grade or students will be seniors in the coming year. A little bit on student data. You can see here at the bottom, far right corner, 10,506 students being served this school year. And of those students, 70% are in the gen ed setting. And along the left, you can see the service model. We have 2,216 students who receive speech, a number of students who are served in level 1, learning center, resource, and then we have students who are in self-contained programs or non-public schools. Those are levels 2, 3, and 4. This year we have something we're working with, an environmental independence review to prioritize long and short-term independence. It's a documented assessment process so we can collect data to better serve, and students will determine what, if any, unique circumstance educational supports are needed, and development of a FADE plan if warranted. Special education programming, we serve students in preschool through adult transition. We have our levels programs. We have our therapeutic program for students with emotional disability or other health impairment, or would generally benefit, and IEP teams deem they'd benefit from the academic behavior and social supports, also known as ABS. We have a number of students in non-public school placement. I've linked here our program descriptions, and as was mentioned. Thank you for the shout out. We added that to our website, so you can link it and look at those there and take a deeper dive if you'd like. A little bit about our preschool assessment, a 2-year data comparison. You'll see we have a 29% increase of students that have been assessed from 782 this, or 581 last year to 782 this year. Let's see here. Go back here. Oh. Okay. Sorry about that. I skipped through. Let's see. There we go. Okay. I wanted to share a little bit about where these students come from. So Head Start, parents, our partners, Alta Regional, our County Office of Education. And then share a few successes. Increase access to general education. You can see that number's increased up to 72% of our pre-K students learn alongside students and neurotypical peers. We have increased our collaboration with Alta Regional Center. The Alta Regional Center developed a education position so that we can collaborate specifically on the educational needs of students. And then our collaboration, we're always collaborating with the County Office of Ed as they serve our students 0 to 3. We have ongoing weekly meetings, parent trainings. We've continued to qualify and have received the Inclusive Early Education Expansion Program, also known as the EAP grant. And then we're exploring options to expand the Preschool Assessment Center. We have one. It's pretty packed at Donner Elementary, so we're hoping to maybe create a second one or even have one in each super region so parents don't have to drive so far to access that assessment. Learning Center, these are our level 1 students. We have monthly trainings. We've increased our timeline compliance of, I think I shared earlier, the number of IEPs we have. We had about 300 and something 2 years ago that were not completed on time, and this year that number went down to about 100, so very proud of that work, and it's due to a lot of training. We've increased our collaboration between our BSSs, our behavior support specialists, psychologists, and Learning Center. And then we've lowered the caseload average, so our resource teachers can work and have the time to collaborate with the gen ed teachers and, again, the behavior support specialists to better serve their students in the gen ed setting. Our plan for next year is continue those trainings. We were having them monthly, but through surveys we've learned that the Learning Center teachers said quarterly is just fine. So that was kind of good news because we do have ongoing coaching and we do have supports for newer teachers who might want additional training. So next year we'll continue the training on IEP goals, services, the notes section, and present levels. Levels programs, again, legal compliance trainings to ensure that IEPs are written properly and that teachers know what it is that they need to be writing on an IEP. And then we have evidence-based practice training, which has been very well received. Our plan for next year is to continue course codes with the prescribed courses study for our levels classes. We're adding 2 behaviorists to support the levels programs. And then level 2 and 3, this is kind of, we'd like to have the continuum in every elementary feeder school. And again, or feeder region, excuse me, and that supports families so they don't have students driving too far from home and they can go to school with their neighbors. And we have level 2 at every high school and only 1 middle school that does not have a level 2. But hopefully the next year we'll resolve that. Our academic behavior and social supports class, our ABS class, we're again quarterly job-like trainings. We've strengthened our partnerships between student special education and student support and health services to enhance the therapeutic environment. One note here is the goal is to have students transition back into the gen ed and can carry these practices with them. Sometimes some of these students have some out classes and some in, and it just kind of depends on their progress on their goals and what's best for each student. So we'll continue that work. And deaf and hard of hearing program. Last year, we adopted a preschool curriculum, and this year we adopted the bilingual grammar curriculum, and bilingual meaning ESL or ASL and English. And then we've had some awesome family and community engagement activities for families of students who are deaf, and we were awarded the Above and Beyond from NorCal Center for Deafness. Something I'm proud of, we are collaborating within the greater Sacramento area through an MOU serving 15 students from 6 districts. We have a very widely respected DHH program, and so I'm happy that we're able to serve other students. And we'll continue those partnerships moving forward next year, and we'll have training on this adopted curriculum. Transition services, we've increased our transition partnership program to serve students in level classes. We had 68 referrals to this TPP, plans for next year to continue our contract with the Department of Rehabilitation. We have partnered with Futures Explored, and we created this kind of spiffy video. So if you look there at the link, I won't play it tonight for you, but please take a look. Next year, our hope is to continue to collaborate with Futures Explored and create a video. This one that you can see here is for families leaving high school and going to the adult transition program. Next year, we're hoping to create one for students leaving elementary to secondary, because it's a big jump. So excited for that work. We increased the number of students participating in paid work experiences, 164. Actually, as of today, it's 183. So that increased by 19. So since this went to print, we've increased the number, and we hope to continue to increase the number of opportunities for our students to participate in work in the community. We did comply with Senate Bill 531, and I'm sure you're all very familiar with it. Senate Bill 531 mandated that our employers were fingerprinted. Previously, we could get, some local businesses to employ our kids, and obviously it's for student safety, so it's in everyone's, interest that we have them fingerprinted. So we're hoping to continue to grow our community partners to provide more opportunities for our students. Coordinated early intervening services. Last year, I think I shared that our district was found significantly disproportionate for over-identifying students who are African American as having the eligibility of emotional disability. We've done a lot of work in order to turn the tide. We've partnered with Curriculum and Professional Learning, and we have 2 coordinators, Patty Tong and Aaron Bishop, who have created action items and worked closely with us. Again, our goal is early intervening services to address students before they're identified. What can we do so that we aren't, we're again turning the tide? We're working on a multi-tiered system of support, MTSS framework training. As of this year, we have almost all of our certificated staff trained, and about 82% of all staff. We'll continue that work. We are training sites on the student study team. What's happening in those meetings when students are not making progress, and they're headed in a direction of where they're going to be assessed. So we are, again, training sites on that work, and we're hoping to finish that this year. Let's see here. In 2024, Tier 1 and Tier 2 small group instruction training was provided to TK1 teachers during release days. Participation rates for each grade is found in the table here. And next year, our plan is to include additional training for the teachers, and then second grade teachers will also be included. And similar to the elementary SST process, coordinators worked with small groups of secondary representatives to create forms and processes that will help provide a standardized approach to SST meetings across secondary sites throughout the district while still allowing some room for personalization. And we are excited, and you'll see in the third box there, the third row, we're excited to embark on a new project with the goal of increasing high-quality instruction in gen ed environments without an IEP, with or without, in a co-teaching model. Participants will receive 2 days of professional learning and attend structured planning meetings during 3 additional days scheduled throughout the year. You can see here the first quarter of the calendar year last year of the percentage of all plans. Assessments for students there were 3, and of the students in the targeted population, 2. So 66% of those students were in the targeted population. And this year, the same time frame, January to March, of all the plans, there were 14 students, only 4 were in the targeted population. Here's a little bit of our dashboard data. You can see our ELA and math scores. We've increased 1%, 1%. Hopefully with the MTSS work and again the co-teaching, we anticipate an increase in our language arts and math for our CASP scores for students with disabilities. For A to G completion, that's 14% this year of students who are seniors. So about of the students identified in level 1 or as having a disability, that's 1,600 of those 10,000 students. So we hope to see that number increase as well, because it does have implications if you have A to G completion. CTE, career technical education, you can see we've increased 17% of students with disabilities in secondary are in CTE. Exited from services, 319 students. So it's increasing. Of course, so are the number of students with IPs, but suspensions decreased, and we hope again with PBIS and our MTSS and our training of teachers, that number will continue to decrease. Some exciting celebrations, some pictures here. I can't thank you enough, each one of you, for your participation when you all show up. It really means a lot to the staff and the families to know that the school board is supporting this work. So here's some pictures. There we have Amrik Singh participating. And then we have the Baker Prom and the anniversary. That was quite a celebration. It was a lot of fun to see the teachers showcasing their work and their students' work. We participated in the County Office of Ed Inclusion Academy, a number of principals, vice principals, special ed, gen ed, in 3 full days, training days. And it was this was the initiative of supporting innovative practices, and they addressed critical topics, including ableism, implicit bias, and systemic barriers to inclusion. Each EGUSD team discussed their plans, identified ways they can support their implementation, challenging existing structures, and helping to ensure all students are fully included in educational opportunities. And I'll take this moment to shout out to Megan McDowell, a self-contained teacher, levels teacher, and Principal Deidre Wood at Pleasant Grove Elementary for creating a program called Peer Buddies, so sort of a reverse inclusion. And we know all students win. Students with disabilities, students without win. We learn together and we support each other. A few more pictures. Outcome of the Inclusion Academy, just different activities on campuses. And here we have the Riley Grace Foundation, Unified Track and Field. Not sure if we're playing this video, it's a couple minutes long, but I think actually it's gonna take on the next slide, so oh, no, please take a minute on your own to watch it. It's kind of exciting. It's our Elk Grove Unified School District students. And here we have the Unified Basketball. I know a number of you have had an opportunity to watch those games, pretty exciting. Again, the Peer Buddies, inclusive play structures. We were able to fund these with some of the EAP grant money, inclusive preschool monies. Facilities, an inclusive mindset in the facilities department is crucial to pre-K-12 special education, as it ensures that school environments are accessible, welcoming, and supportive for all students, including those with disabilities. Here are a couple of the items. Installed chairlifts and multipurpose room. We're modernizing Jesse Baker. school and community events. This is the best. And again, this is where I see a lot of you, and I'm super appreciative. Parent trainings, we have those through our CAC, our preschool. Was able to participate in Legislative Sharing Day. It's kind of fun. A little bit of Mr. Smith Goes to Washington. We took some parents. I think some were here tonight. We participated in the EGUSD block party. I was invited to speak to the EG Speaks group on a funding panel on special education funding, and just answer questions in general about education and special education funding. Caregiver cafes, we have an amazing partnership with our families and community engagement team, and I'm not invited to those because they really are a safe space and a place for families to come and kind of share what their concerns are. So out of that comes just a sense of community and being able to kind of learn how other people have navigated the system. So they've been very helpful. Family Deaf and Hard of Hearing Night, that was a lot of fun, a lot of activities, and always good food. Community Advisory Committee Resource Fair, I think this was the highlight for a lot of us in special education. We had almost 50 vendors. We had silent disco. We were going to have a barbecue. The Elk Grove Police Department was going to barbecue, but it poured rain, so they donated pizza. But it was really fun, and hopefully last year it was so hot it wasn't very comfortable. This year it poured rain, so next year I think it's going to be perfect. So plan to come. Professional learning and development, we can't do this without training. This is very important. Our paraeducators are critical to the work and supporting students. We have a number of trainings: data collection, de-escalation, cycle management, assistive tech, how to understand accommodations on a child's IP so they can help them access the teaching, working with our nurses and our LVNs in order to be able to provide seizure response, hygiene protocols, and so forth. We also provide professional development and coaching, Saturday workshops, and just try to partner with human resources to expand any learning we can for our paraeducators. I'm an opportunist. Anytime we find someone who might be qualified to join our REACH residency program or become a teacher, we are recruiting, because that's where we find a lot of our related service providers and teachers from our paraeducator staff. So I'm very appreciative of how the work we have done there. Certificated staff, our professional learning and development, we have an induction program, new teacher orientation. Again, we have trainings and drop-in hours. We have bi-weekly online. Teachers can Zoom, log in if they have questions. Then we have CPI training, and then coaching. We provide coaches for all new teachers, and we provide release time for secondary teachers to observe classroom instruction, and that is a typo, but in the gen ed setting. Then again, we have multiple strategies for academics and transition training, MSAT. And MSAT is an initiative option designed to provide the support necessary to meet the academic, social, emotional, and behavioral needs of students with disabilities in that least restrictive environment. And pre-service, I'm very, very excited about this. If you look at bullet number 2, universal access, widening doors for learning. This is for all secondary and elementary teachers, and we are going to focus on the universal access domain. So this is for all teachers, how to meet students where they are and connect, and then adapt and adjust the instruction so that they can all reach the learning target of any given lesson. I'm also very excited to partner with CJ and Restorative Practices for our paraeducators. That's coming up in the new year. And then again, the co-teaching initiative is very exciting. We've expanded it to 9 secondary sites, so it's exciting work. Retention and recruitment, we participated in certificated and classified job fairs. Again, any residency grants, and then professional development. REACH, quiz here, what does REACH stand for? Retaining educators through assistance, collaboration, and hiring. We're wrapping up the 5th cohort. We had 18. We had 18 energetic and fantastic special ed teachers. It's super exciting. And then we have, moving forward for our next cohort, 22 candidates. And they will earn a mild mod credential, an extensive needs credential, and a master's degree. And then we have a partnership with our County Office of Ed, a SCOE intern partnership. And we have 6 interns planning to participate. That's it. Thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Yang, do we have any blue cards on this item?
Board Presidents, yes, we do have some blue cards on this item. Calling Dustin Noble, followed by Melissa Bitcoin.
The long way to build suspense. Good evening, President Vargas, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. I want to thank the Special Education Department for meeting with EG Speaks and allowing us to continue to collaborate and give feedback, and we appreciate that opportunity. There are some lingering concerns and questions that we have that are in line with continuing to keep this district accountable. You will find that on slide 7 of the presentation, it is noted that 70% of students are in a gen ed setting, which is great. However, we are informed later in the presentation that 14% of graduating students are receiving A through G credit. Why is there such a huge gap there? This also seems to show little to no growth in 2 years to increase the amount of IEP students receiving A through G credits so they can attend a 4-year college. Colleges and universities are accommodating disabilities and supporting students through admission and completion of college degrees. No growth in 2 years is highly concerning. How is the district going to increase opportunities for our disabled students to transfer to a 4-year college? We would like to see more initiatives here by the district. Second, with reference to our Black youth in EGSD, the ABSS program is referenced in the presentation. How can we find out the racial demographics of this program? I know the district has been fined in the past for disproportionate identification of Black students as emotionally disabled, as mentioned. The number has gone down, which looks and sounds great. However, are the students who are not being identified as such getting any support after that early intervention? What are the suspension numbers? Has this number gone up at all? And if so, is there an opportunity? Hopefully this number has gone down. Lastly, with regard to MTSS, MTSS is being mentioned as the answer to just about everything. When will there be a parent-caregiver training on what that looks like? Are there consistent standards district-wide, or is execution of MTSS and its success site-by-site specific? How does MTSS help identified and non-identified students? These are just a handful of things to consider and maybe look into as priorities going into this school year, especially with regard to funding special education. Again, I want to thank Ann and the SPED department for their work and the presentation. Thank you.
Next, Melissa Bitcoin, followed by Amanda Scott.
Good evening. I'm here to speak as an educator and a parent and a representative of the EG Speaks Board of Directors. We advocate for students and families that receive special education services. My colleagues and I are grateful for the increase of transparency that has been demonstrated by Director Regali and her team. I would like to voice how critical this is for ongoing success for our students and families. Additionally, we will continue to be reviewing the data presented and are preparing to increase the standards of this district's leadership and what inclusion looks like on our school campuses. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Amanda Scott, followed by Courtney.
Good evening.
President Vargas, Trustee Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. I want to thank Ann Regali as well. We're giving you all the accolades tonight, Ann. That presentation was really thorough, and I just really want to take a moment to appreciate you and the time that you put into that. And also to include community input on this presentation. Our team had an opportunity to review this and have an open dialogue about what we would like to see as a parent community and as advocates. Something that came to mind as we were looking through the photos of special education students in this presentation is I don't believe that I have seen many included in school presentations here in this boardroom. Children in levels classes are often not included in school-wide activities. These are just a few instances that are showcased here, but we do need to do better as a district to increase inclusion. I would also like to address more high-level concerns that have been developing for our organization and our observations as we advocate for special education students that I would like you to consider in reflection of the presentation this evening. There are significant differences in inclusive practices depending on school sites. We are seeing this discrepancy and it really needs to be addressed. There needs to be transparent data on this for each school site to address the disparity and clear plans developed with students and families to improve school culture and inclusion. Effective behavior reinforcement is listed as a success, and we would like to know how this success is measured. Who decides when an approach is effective and what is the criteria? Have you ever asked disabled students about their experience and whether they feel that it's helpful? So that could be an opportunity for a survey to the community. EG Speaks would also love to offer our support in being a conduit of communication between the parent and student community and the school district. And another area that we've identified is that there's a serious lack of understanding about trauma and the ways that it can present, especially in disabled students. There are some therapeutic services that are offered. Accessing those services is often very difficult for families. And we would like to see some more focus on that and what other opportunities can be brought into special education spaces for therapeutic intervention. We also have identified that there is an inconsistent which I see is being addressed through the professional learning that was presented this evening, but the consistency in training across, not just for paraeducators, but for administrative staff, school site staff, on what does inclusion look like and how to interact with disabled students, and that is creating safety risks.
Thank you. Next, Courtney.
Good evening, President Vargas, trustees, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. My name is Courtney Rosina. I am the EGUSD CAC chairperson, an EGUSD educator, the accessibility resource coordinator for EG Speaks, and a mom of a soon-to-be high schooler receiving special education services. Tonight, my colleagues and I spoke, from EG Speaks, and I will be using comment time to bring attention to specific items in the presentation that we feel need more attention and follow-up. On slide 33, all the trainings that paraeducators are going to receive are listed. We would like clarity. Does that mean all paraeducators? There's talk of paras being school site but not student identified. Also, will they be making sure all paras can move around the district and be able to individualize all those different supports? Slide 34 outlines professional learning and development. We noticed this specifies special education coaches for new teachers, but does not specify what is required or supported for veteran teachers to keep their knowledge base, strategies, and teaching models current. On slide 35, it says that all secondary teachers will receive the Universal Access Pre-Service. We're curious about why elementary teachers aren't receiving the same pre-service. We have noticed a pattern of large allocations of resources being given to secondary schools. We feel that if elementary schools were given more resources to build stronger foundations, we wouldn't need as many resources in secondary education. I'm also asking a favor of you, the board. I'm asking that school board trustees take the time to truly listen to parents and caregivers of disabled children. No one knows these children better. No one fights harder for them. These families live the reality of special education every single day. They carry the victories, the frustrations, and the heartaches. Their voices hold the key to understanding what our schools are doing well and where we are falling short. Please sit with them, listen to them, and let their stories guide you. It is one of the most meaningful things you can do to build a school system that sees and supports every child. Thank you.
Thank you, Board President. That ends the blue card on this item.
Thank you very much.
Could I do one comment real quick?
Yes, please.
On slide 35, it is all teachers. It's not just secondary. That was an error on the slide, and we'll get that corrected. So it is all teachers.
Okay.
Excellent, thank you very much. And I specifically want to thank our community members for the feedback, particularly for the constructive feedback. We appreciate it when people point out things that we can fix. So yeah, we appreciate that. All right, then we are on to board member questions. Board members, any questions or comments? And we will start with Ms. Baldwin. Anything?
Yeah, I just have a question about the trainings. Is there in these trainings that are included on slide 34, are we including affirming goal setting? So, for example, students that are neurodivergent, are we ensuring that there is training around creating neurodivergent affirming goals and other goals that are relevant to our students with disabilities when developing IEPs?
Great question. And specifically, I'm certain they're covered, but specifically, I think that would be something we could address in an actual training. So I appreciate that feedback. I know it's addressed generally, but thank you.
All right, Ms. Moore?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the community feedback as well, and also the presentation, so that we can learn about all the great work that is happening. And I was also very glad for the opportunity to attend the resource fair and the Jesse Baker anniversary celebrations. That was really neat to be invited and involved with that. So thank you for that opportunity. So just a little bit of feedback that I'm hearing from site administrators and some staff. It seems that bathrooms are an issue that we may not always have the proper accommodations for our special needs students. And that has been brought to my attention at a few sites. For example, at Fight Elementary School, this principal there mentioned she had to convert staff bathrooms to accommodate the needs for special needs students. Another elementary school at Folks Ranch, a staff member told me that there's inadequate toileting facilities, and so they have to, take special needs students into a restroom where there's other children and a paraeducator. And so I just think that we just need to make sure that we have the proper accommodations for those needs. And then I did have a question because you briefly mentioned that Jesse Baker, there were some modernizations. Is that only to the playground, or can you speak to the other?
Sure.
Are there any other?
Sure, yeah, no, it's, they actually had to kind of box and pack and move out. Painting, doing new flooring, putting in a kitchen for ATP. I could give you kind of the list, a more detailed list if you'd like, but it's a refresh for the whole campus.
Okay, that's good to hear. I know when I toured that school, there was a concern that they were doing their changing in kind of a corner of I think it was a multi-purpose room. So I think just making changes like that would be really helpful at some of these school sites to make sure those needs are properly addressed. And then I'm glad to see that we are, doing more to retain our paraeducators that was mentioned on a slide and to properly train them. Something that I hear from parents and administrators is just that it's a challenge to keep paraeducators, it's a constant turnover. And so and the principal said that causes them sometimes kind of triaging where to put their paraeducators if they don't have enough. And, that's a concern to me. If we have kids that need paraeducators, I want to make sure that we have those needs covered. And then I do know that we utilize agencies, and what I've heard from administrators is that causes some issues because they're not trained. We talked about the wonderful trainings that we're giving our paraeducators, but when we use the agencies, they may not have all those trainings. I believe, though, that when I met with you, you said that we're working to get the agency paraeducators more training. Is that correct?
Yeah. Ideally, we would have just our district staff, because then we can ensure quality of training. But I have noticed in the last 5-6 years that when we do use MPA partners, the level of training has increased because they know we won't work with them, and our expectation is higher. So they've done crisis prevention intervention training, and they've increased their training. But ideally, we will have our own district staff, and we can increase the training. And we have scaffolded the levels so that we have para training para 4, para 3, and para 2, and we have partnered with our nurses and student support and health service, our behaviorists, to ensure that they have the training they need. G-tube training, again, working with students on behaviors and accommodations so that they can access the targeted lessons. So ideally, we would have more EGUSD paras.
Okay, that's good to hear. Yeah, like I said, the feedback I hear from administrators is that, as you mentioned, it's ideal to have our own district paraeducators. And I think the feedback I'm hearing is that the discrepancy there is the agency paraeducators are paid more, and so I feel like that's something we need to maybe look into, is how are we going to recruit and retain paraeducators, because I think that's really important. I know one parent within the last year or two at a board meeting said that their child had 7 paraeducators in 1 year, and I really think that we need to look into how we can retain the paraeducators, support them, so that they can properly support not only our students but our staff. And so that's really important to me. And then I did appreciate the comment tonight regarding the multi-tiered systems of support. I do think that we can maybe do better in general, not just with this topic, but make sure that we're actually communicating what we're doing with interventions and things like that, instead of just generally talking about the MTSS, because not everyone understands that, and I think people want to understand how we're trying to implement interventions properly. So, overall, though, I really appreciate all the work that is being done, and I was glad to learn about all that we're doing, and I really appreciate all you do, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Ballerini.
I also enjoyed the fair that you had at Fikert, and also the Baker not graduation. I didn't do graduation. I was somewhere else, but at the birthday party for them. It was a wonderful night, and I learned a lot that night. Walking around the campus, it was very interesting to see the playground, and I know they're fixing that. I saw that all in the paperwork, so that's good, because I was thinking, wait, how are they even going to get on there when they're in wheelchairs? So I'm glad that's being worked on. And another thing that I noticed is I didn't see any type of library at Baker, and I don't know how the kids can they check out books, etc. I know when the library used to, well, it's close enough they could maybe walk there to the public library, but I don't know if that's something that they've ever thought of, as having some type of a library there at the school. Might be something to look at.
Great question and comment. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other thing, professional learning for the paraeducators. I see it says Saturday workshops. Okay, I'm on 33, so the one right before this. I see it says Saturday workshops, but are there also nighttime workshops for the paraeducators? Because I know they don't want to take off the day off school because then there's nobody to cover for them. What type of accommodations do we have for them to be able to take the classes?
Great question. So we do have the Saturday workshops, and they can timesheet for those. We also have increased the day of our paraeducators to allow for time to be able to attend trainings. So that has helped, but otherwise it would be during their workday.
Okay, all right. And it would be nice if there was some way to put together, like something for the beginning of the school year. I know most of them don't start their contract until the students are on campus. I don't know if there's money. I know there's no money. Okay, I know that. But maybe there's something we can work on for them to start earlier so they can get some kind of training then as well.
And I'd be happy to share our paraeducator training.
Oh, perfect.
The Google Docs, so you can kind of see all the offerings.
That'd be great. And do we put that out there for them to see all of that? Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Chin.
No questions. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Mr. Yang.
Yeah, good evening. Thank you for the presentation. I would like to start with a good note saying that thank you for providing more hours for the paraeducators for trainings and other things so that they will be equipped to do their job for our kids that are most vulnerable in our school district. And the co-teaching, I think is great. Thank you for highlighting that. I think that we have make definitely some improvements over the years, and our team has paid attention to the board's feedback and also the community feedback over the years. So thank you for doing that. Appreciate that. It is an ongoing improvement process, but I think the progression is there. So thank you for all the hard work. I would like to ask some questions. So I like the fact that the data indicate that we have about 70% of students going to general classes, which is great. But yeah, so when we go to a different data page here, it's indicate that it's only 14% that obtain the A to G requirement. So why is it that big gap there? Can you give us some detail on that, if you could?
Yeah. Sorry, I went past it. My apologies.
20. Yeah.
So your question is why only 17% of the 1,600 high school students who are currently receiving services, why that number is so low in terms of A to G requirements?
Yeah, I mean,
Sure.
Excuse me. Yeah, so I mean, I'm reading that data is approximately 70% of students are in the general education setting.
And of the 70%, 1,600 are in high school.
Okay.
So it's not 7,300. It would be, that's all pre-K to K to 12. I don't know if that's me or you, sorry.
Hello?
Hello. That's a great question. Why are only 17% receiving in A to G classes? And I think we're addressing it through co-teaching.
Is it say 14%? I thought it was 14% on that other graph. Let's go back to that.
Yeah, when I get there, tell me to stop.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. There you go. Okay, 14%. Yeah, that is a great question. We had an increase 2 years ago, and then this past year, I'm curious to look and see what our data shows from this year's, just from this past year, because we're always kind of working a year behind. But one way the data tells us, the research tells us, and this is peer-reviewed, co-teaching, having an ed specialist and having a gen ed teacher together can increase the access for students And that should support students with specific learning disabilities, students with cognitive, the ability to participate in those classes. And that's our goal. Again, we'd like to track the data. How many students were in A to G, and what classes are they taking, and how is our co-teaching effort impacting that increase? And I don't have it today, but that's something that we'd like to track. And I think that would be a great research question.
And I can add some information to that regarding the A to G for our students who are receiving services. We're exploring what that opportunities look like for us, whether it's classes that they might have received a D in those A to G courses that we might be able opportunities to put into after-school credit recovery or during the day credit recovery, or if there are classes that are limiting them from even partaking in the A to G, such as partaking in Math 3, for example. So we're exploring both of those options and looking at data from the students who qualified versus did not qualify, so we'll be able to further analyze that for us, because that is opportunities for us to improve.
Yeah, Chad, thank you for giving that detail, and that's what I wanted to hear. So, yeah, that's good work, and definitely I would like to get some feedback the next time you guys present the data to us, and I think that's going to help us and the parents as well to make progression going forward. So, thank you very much. I appreciate the presentation. Thank you, and for all the hard work that you guys been doing.
Mr. Yang, could I add just to that? I think it's important to note that how important our pre-K assessment work is, and where we've seen the strides, and you've seen the increase from 46% to 70+% accessing the general ed, those are our littles. So as that cohort advances through the system, we hope to see strides in gains in A through G completion in subsequent years as those students hit. Previous to that, when you only have 46% and below accessing general ed programs, now those are the ones that are in high school now. So it takes time, and that's the whole point of really ensuring the least restrictive environment as kids are initially assessed in pre-K, so they have a chance in the general ed and they stay in the general ed. There's a tendency, if you start your academic career in a self-contained, it's more difficult. It's not impossible, but there presents more challenges in accessing the general education program later because of those crucial first few grades where you're learning to read. We hope to see that increase in time as that cohort goes through the system.
Yeah, and again, I would like to give kudos to the team's work. I think that progression Mr. Riley just indicated to, we will see that numbers increase, and I think that it's going to lead to more opportunity for our kids to really live life normal outside of this special education. So thank you for all the work that you guys have been doing. I look forward to seeing the numbers jump up. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Albiani.
I just had one question. On page 18, when we say district-wide training on the MTSS, when we say 82% of all staff, we aren't talking about special services staff. We're talking about all of our staff, correct?
Correct. Okay. So gen ed teachers.
All
and
teachers,
staff.
all staff
Yeah.
certified. Okay. That's great. Thank you. I've gotten many things answered along the way, so thank you for the presentation.
Thank you. Ms. Davis.
Okay. On page 17, when you talk about work experience and that you're going to be trying to expand that, I think that is greatly needed. I had a son who participated in that, and when he left the school district, he was very successful and was working 3 jobs at the time because he liked to do it. It prepares him more for life. I was happy to hear we're including all staff in training, but I'd really like to see office staff involved in being trained at de-escalation or some kind of behavior management. Being that close up to the administrators, a lot of that comes up to the office, and they were the least trained, and they need to be a partner in that, and not, sometimes it can affect their safety as well as the safety of the student. So I think we need to look at it, bringing them into training also.
Thank you for bringing that up. Custodial staff, It's interesting, we watch kids and who they connect with, so that's very important. Thank you.
Yeah. No, thank you. That's all I had. Just keep up the good work.
Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. The only two little things I wanted to point to were to kind of pull out again the play structure improvements. You know, I poked at this 2 years ago, and I'm glad to see that that's kind of breaking through. I think that's incredibly important. It's those little things that we don't think about in providing these services. But I think they're incredibly important. And then the only other thing is as we continue to prioritize pushing into general education, which I think is incredibly important and necessary, is just remembering that that creates more pressure on general education teachers. And so just remembering, in addition to the training, which I think is essential to that, is also the intangible support that we can provide to them. I think is really important. So
you bet. Thanks.
That was all I wanted to add. I appreciate the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Next up, we have adjustment to school facilities fees, developer fees. Dr. Coates.
All right. Good evening, President Vargas, members of the board and community, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos. Tonight, I'm bringing forward an item to provide you with information on our 2025 School Facilities Needs Analysis, or SFNA for short. I just want to take a minute to explain what it is because it is kind of a technical item. And so, in short, when new homes are built in our community, they bring new families and, of course, new students to our schools. The use of these fees are to pay for the classrooms, the facilities, and spaces those new students are going to need. And school districts are allowed under state law to charge developer fees on new residential construction. So the process in general is very structured by law. We have to analyze enrollment trends, building costs, land costs, and other factors to determine how much we can legally charge. And then that whole analysis is documented in the SFNA that's attached to this item. And the SFNA justifies what we call level 2 and level 3 developer fees, higher fees than the basic level 1 fee, if we can show that school construction needs are outpacing available funding. So just for notes, there are legal requirements to impose alternative fees. So like the first is we have to apply for new construction funding to establish a baseline capacity, something Elk Grove Unified has been doing like ongoing. We have to be eligible for new construction funding, which we are. And then there's 4 tests that we have to satisfy 2 of the 4. We satisfy all 4 of them. And so just quickly, it's substantial enrollment on a multi-track calendar. So that's unique to us. Passing a general obligation bond in the past 4 years with at least 50% yes vote. Having issued debt or incurred obligations used for capital outlay equal to 15% of the district's bonding capacity. And then use relocatable or portable classrooms for at least 20% of the district's total classrooms. So while you only have to hit 2 of those, we hit all 4 of those. So just kind of putting into perspective why we become eligible. So this year, what's being proposed is that we would increase the level 2 fee slightly from $7.17 to $7.32 per square foot of new home construction. It's an increase of about 15 cents. The level 3 fee, which is only used if the state stops funding new construction, would be set at $14.64 per square foot, but that's not our current scenario. So the state, as of now, is still funding construction, so we're not collecting this fee. So the small increase this year is mostly due to rising land costs. It's just becoming more expensive to acquire sites for new schools. And then we also have state construction costs that are contributing modestly to the increase. So by law, we notify all planning departments, and we also reach out to the Building Industry Association. We've done all of those obligatory things. The SFNA has also been available for public review since late May. And so tonight you're asked to receive the information Then at our June 24th meeting, we'll hold a public hearing where the public can make comment on it. And then after that public hearing, we'll ask the board to formally adopt the fees, which would take effect on July 1st. And so with that, I'll leave you with the item.
Great, thank you very much. Mr. Yang, are there any blue cards on this item?
Board President, there's no blue card on this item.
Thank you. All right, board members, do we have any questions or comments? We'll start with Ms. Davis. Albiani? No. Mr. Yang? Ms. Chin? Ms. Ballerini? More? Baldwin? All right.
Thank you so
Seeing
much.
none, appreciate it. All right, we have a number of public hearings tonight. We'll start with our public hearing on the Elk Grove Unified School District Local Control Accountability Plan.
Good evening, President Vargas, members of the board, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. That time of the year when I bring forward a recommendation to open a public hearing for the Local Control Accountability Plan. Let's provide a bit of information before we do so, just ensuring that this is in alignment with a pertinent California education code that requires a public hearing followed 2 weeks later in a regular board meeting, recommendation for approval of the plan. And there's a sequence. This goes first, followed by Elk Grove Charter, followed by the district's budget. Just a bit of information on the plan itself. And this is all information that we've seen before, so I won't hurry through it, but I won't go through everything line by line. This is a reminder of the perspective survey that was conducted last spring that informed this entire year. And it just shows some information related to that perspective survey. And of course, we administered one this spring, and that information will be used to inform our plan next year. This is looking at the educational partner and the engagement of our educational partners. In the current LCAP, there's more language related to the involvement of educational partners than most of the other sections. I'm not diminishing the significance of that. I'm only mentioning it because there is strong interest and strong direction from the state with regard to how we are engaging, the requirements we have to engage our partners in the LCAP development process. And then these are the priorities that emerged. Again, this is from last year, and this is what guided our work. We've seen this. We do them. You'll be receiving the updated, and the community will be receiving an updated presentation from this year's perspective survey. But this is what the students told us. This is what parents told us. This is staff. And we've expanded it to the top 15. We used to do the top 10, but we felt like there was enough priority in the top 15. And one thing that I would mention about these is they've remained somewhat the same. Not exactly the same, but we see many of them have remained rather consistent year to year. And I've been involved with this since its origin in 2014. This is just an indication of the minimum proportionality percentage of the MPP. And it's a calculated amount as it indicates. And the thing that I want to mention is typically we don't put any numbers, and in particular financial numbers, up that may not be accurate, but these aren't accurate. And I don't want anyone to lose sleep over that. It's because there's work that is ongoing. Literally today those numbers changed, and it could be in another week those numbers will change because the hard work of our fiscal department. And as an example, if we're looking at a specific action and we're trying to determine how much we spent on that specific action, if a portion of that action was a teacher or a position, and that position wasn't filled, every day that it goes by, it means that dollar amount isn't included, or if they're there, it is. And so we have to provide the most accurate information we possibly can. And in 2 weeks, when we present to you the information, it will be completely updated. And we have ongoing conversations with our partners from the County Office of Education regarding programming information and fiscal information. And it's not unusual. This is not something different. This is the way it is with the development of our LCAP. So with that, requesting that the board give consideration to opening a public hearing, and then we would bring this back on June 24th with a recommendation of consideration of approval. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I will open the public hearing. Mr. Yang, are there any blue cards on this item?
Yes, Board President, we do have one blue card on this item. Calling on Nate Smith.
Good evening again. Thank you for the presentation. I went through and reviewed some of the preliminary numbers from the LCAP, and I'm curious to understand. We heard a lot in the previous presentation about the direction that the special education department is looking to extend. We've heard from you all this evening regarding the additional supports and services and trainings and facilities and all of these laundry list of things that we would like to accomplish in 25 and 26. But when you look on the LCAP, the increase in spending year over year is only 3%. And so my question is, how do we plan on getting all of these things addressed when we're only allocating an additional 3% in the budget to do it? The math doesn't math. And so I would like to see additional allocation in the LCAP for 2025 to address specific things that were stated tonight, to provide the training for the staff, provide the facility updates that are required. I like the comment about the library at Jesse Baker. That was very interesting as well. So that's all. I saw the discrepancy between what was stated this evening as far as needs and wants and what's in the LCAP for additional funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Board President, that ends the blue card on this item.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cerruti, did you want to add anything based on public comment?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you. Then I will close the public hearing, and this item will be brought back for adoption at the June 24th, 2025 board meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right. Next public hearing is Elk Grove Charter's local control accountability plan. Mr. Levine.
Line up here. Oh, maybe not. You know, Chad, is mine up here? Nope. It's fine. I have a copy of it, right? Well, I'll get started. At least I can address you, right? Good evening, members of the board, President Vargas, Superintendent Hoffman, and Ms. Avalos. As you know, I'm Mark Levine, the principal at Elk Grove Charter, and I too am here tonight to request the board to open a public hearing for the LCAP for the Elk Grove Charter School. We have a brief presentation. Many of the format is the same that Mr. Cerruti just went through tonight. Some of the same priorities, as you'll see, as well as we still do the top 10 as we look at the perspective survey to look and see what our students are saying. And we'll get started with that in just a second. I apologize. I don't know. Here comes the experts.
Yeah. Can we throw that?
All right, there we are. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Barber. All right, so as we look at this, I'm not going to go through this line by line either. However, a couple things to call out. In years past, we've been asked about our perspective surveys, participation. One of the questions has been, student participation in that. So this is from last year, but 74% of our students did participate in the perspective surveys, and 14% of parents and 100% of staff. So we're proud of the 100% of staff and the students. We used to sit down in the 20s and 30% range. It's difficult with independent study students in 11th and 12th grade to get them to participate in the myriad of surveys that we do have. So we are proud of that. Our partners that we engage in this process are our own advisory council. Also, we have weekly staff meetings, school-wide surveys, students, parent groups, and also our student leadership group. When we look at the top 10, I hope number 3 is an affirmation. That's my biggest one that I'm joking. These are the things that the students say.
It's aspirational.
Thank you, I appreciate that. So when we're looking at this, we do have a tie for numbers 9 through 11, all right? But they're looking for a safe school. Number one, that's why most of our students do come to us. They tell us they're looking for a safe school, good teachers, good principal, classrooms where they feel like they can ask questions. So that's important. I loved the frequent grade book updates. Gives me a talking point for sure. Looking at our parents, safe school again, number one. Our parents want the same thing. Good teachers. We really were interested in the mental health supports for students and how we can increase that and what we can do for that. And then going down, small class sizes, bullying prevention. Lastly, for staff, these ones look a little bit different, as they probably should for staff members. Number 4, once again, hoping that is aspirational again. Good teachers, collaboration and planning. Time seems to be the thing that teachers are asking for the most. I appreciate the hard work that they do. Also thought it was interesting when we look at our minimum proportionality percentage. I know Mr. Cerruti was up here saying that the districts will change, so will ours over as we complete this process. But when we look at the percentage, we're at 12.093, and the districts was presented at 12.1. It really does, I think, show that we are just a microcosm of the district as a whole, just boiled down into 325 students. So our plan will incorporate the 309,000, or the 10.2% of MPP, but also include the about 17,000 in concentration funding, and that's for another night. So I too am here requesting that the board open a public hearing, and then we'll be back on the 24th of June to ask for adoption.
Thank you very much. I'd like to open the public hearing. Mr. Yang, are there any blue cards on this item?
Board President, there is no blue card on this item.
Then I will close the public hearing and announce that this item will be brought back for adoption at the June 24th, 2025 board meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, proposed 2025-26 budget public hearing. Ms. Watkins. Months and months and months in the making.
Raise this. That's good. Good evening, President Vargas, Superintendent Hoffman, trustees, Ms. Avalos, colleagues, and community. Get my presentation up here. Tonight, I am also requesting a public hearing following presentation of our proposed budget for fiscal year 25-26. We are at the point in our reporting life cycle where we're focusing on next fiscal year and developing the 25-26 budget in alignment with our local control accountability plan. The Governor's May revision provides us with the latest information used in developing our proposed 25-26 budget in advance of the state's final enacted budget. As a reminder, the board has set foundational priorities when prioritizing the budget decisions. Decisions must first ensure that we remain fiscally sound. Then we look to maintain what we are currently doing. followed by ensuring we retain and attract the best employees who reflect our students. It is only after considering the first three priorities that we consider building upon existing programs and services or adding anything new. Our budget is prepared using the best information available to date. Also included in our proposed budget packet are our estimated 2024-25 actuals. We evaluate current year data to estimate our fiscal position as of June 30th of 2025, and this is our starting point for next year's budget. Our 25-26 proposed budget includes projected revenue increases related to average daily attendance and one-time funding initiatives that expire next year. Also included are the tentative and proposed agreements with our labor partners and the related assumptions for implementation. Also required expenditure increases for step and column, pension rates, and inflation of essential operating costs, including energy and insurance rates, and targeted reductions to supplies and services in alignment with bargaining contingencies. What's not included are any reductions to federal grant funding, which may require leveraging reserves to finish this year should we realize any future cuts. Our budget projections are subject to change with the final enacted state budget. I can't say that enough. Our proposed 25-26 budget includes the latest assumptions. This slide shows the amounts of the changes in our revenue assumptions since our second interim multi-year projection. This includes the lower COLA of 2.3%, so a reduction of 0.13% from what you saw at second interim, which equals roughly $1.2 million. At second interim, we had assumed a 350 student enrollment increase over 2024-25. We have not changed that. We also realized an increase in our unduplicated pupil count of roughly 2.5% in alignment with this year's current 62.5% in 24-25. This equates to roughly $4.75 million in supplemental and concentration grant funding. To support, well, before I go on, we've also, for our average daily attendance, have assumed 94%, and that is what we also assumed at second interim. So to support transparency, we have included the assumptions that support the contingency conditions for realizing an ongoing 2% increase within our tentative agreement with EGEA. We recognize that more changes may be happening between now and the final enacted state budget, and we are prepared to adjust as necessary. As just mentioned, this budget includes the conditions to support an ongoing 2% in 25-26 per the EGEA tentative agreement, including targeted reductions in supplies and services from department budgets and a net reduction in agency contracts of $7.5 million. This slide shows a summary of our total general fund budgets, unrestricted and restricted, for both the 2024-25 estimated actuals and our 25-26 proposed budget. The details supporting these figures are shown on page 6 of the attached proposed budget packet. The deficit spending in both years is from planned spending of unrestricted reserves, and restricted one-time funds received in prior years and included in beginning fund balances. We will review 25-26 in more detail as follows. Did I go too far? Overall, our projected general fund revenues exceed $1,054 million. 95% of these general fund revenues come from the state, with 76% from our local control funding formula and 19% from other state funds. Roughly 5% comes from federal and local sources. This is evidence of how highly dependent we are on the strength of our state budget. Our total general fund expenditures, both unrestricted and restricted, are $1.1 billion. 79% of our total general fund expenditures are spent on salary and benefit expenditures, with 21% spent on supplies, services, capital outlay, and transfers. Of our $1.1 billion in total general fund expenditures, 85% is spent directly on students through instruction and related services, 8% is spent in supportive facilities, and less than 7% on administration and other outgoing costs. This is a compliance requirement and is extended by voters through 2030. Increases in personal income tax rates for taxpayers in high tax brackets are intended to support funding K through 14 education. These funds are deposited into an account called the Education Protection Account. The district receives funds from the EPA based on its proportionate share of statewide general purpose funds. A corresponding reduction is made to its state aid funds. It does not increase our overall revenue. On an annual basis, the district must acknowledge the source of funds and report out the use of the funds. The spending plan must be approved by the governing board during a public meeting. These funds are budgeted and encumbered as a part of our normal budget process. To meet the compliance requirements, the funds must be used for instructional purposes. EPA funds cannot be used for the salaries or benefits of administrators or any other administrative costs. The annual financial audit includes verification that the EPA funds were used as specified. If not expended in accordance with the requirements, penalties could be incurred. The general fund budget, as proposed, includes $128 million from EPA and corresponding expenditures for grades TK through 6 teacher salaries and benefits. The charter school funds includes roughly $499,000 from EPA used for Elk Grove charter school teacher salaries. These are our assumptions used to build our multi-year projections for the 26-27 and 27-28 fiscal years. The LCFF COLA is currently projected to be 3.02% in 26-27 and 3.42% in 27-28. CalPERS pension rates slightly decreased from what we expected at second interim, and CalSTRS rates remain flat as they are determined by statute and not an investment board like CalPERS rates. The budget includes the approved EGEA tentative agreement, and the contingencies for ongoing increases. Salaries and benefits are increased for step and column movement, and salary expenditures are adjusted by vacancy rates. Increases for rising insurance and energy costs are included. And also mentioned previously, the final state enacted budget details may change our proposed budget as well for the multi-year outlook. Here are our multi-year projections for the unrestricted general fund, also found in the accompanying budget packet on pages 117 through 119. This includes the assumptions discussed on slides 5, 6, and 12. We anticipate deficit spending in the budget year, as mentioned earlier on slide 7, for planned expenditures of reserves. Here are our components of ending fund balance for the unrestricted general fund. Commitments reflect the amounts the board previously approved by resolution, reduced by the value of settled agreements with our labor partners. Assignments include the value of pending agreements not yet settled with our labor partners, as well as $5 million for instructional materials. Also included is our minimum required reserve for economic uncertainties, calculated at 2% of our total general fund expenditures and outgo. The unassigned percent of ending fund balance is projected at nearly 16% in 25-26 and 11% projected by 27-28. Our unassigned balance could change if there are changes in the final enacted state budget. These amounts and our 2% reserve are amounts available to shield us from any fiscal uncertainty. Here are our multi-year projections for the restricted general fund, found in the accompanying budget packet on pages 120 to 121. Deficit spending is a result of spending down restricted funds, as referenced on our slide 7. These restricted funds can be spent over multiple years, which is the reason for an ending fund balance. These next two slides summarize pages 26 through 100 of the budget document. These are our other funds outside of the general fund. This slide includes the 25-26 budgets for our special revenue funds in support of the activities listed in their titles. The building fund includes expenditures using our Measure M bond funds. This slide includes facilities, debt service, and self-insurance funds, 25-26 budgets using the latest information we have to date. The risks to our budget are the unknowns. We are monitoring state and federal funding uncertainties, including the governor's proposed reduction to our appropriation of our Proposition 98 minimum funding guarantee, and whether the final budget will include expansion of universal access to the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program. The common message published by the Business and Administrative Services Committee of the California County Superintendents cautions that we cannot assume that future budgets will include funded COLAs as the state manages its own deficits to avoid funding cuts in the current 25-26 budget year. We will continue to monitor uncertain funding streams. But there are opportunities within our control in several areas. We will continue to focus on improving revenue in these areas, including evaluating attendance recovery options to improve our funded average daily attendance and collection of our unduplicated pupil data from families to receive our appropriate share of funding in support of target student populations. We can also control our spending and allocation of resources. Our next steps for accountability include approving the proposed budget at our next board meeting. We submit the approved budget to SCOE following that for review and approval, and the final state budget should be enacted by July 1st. Our 2024-25 unaudited actuals will be presented for approval in September, and our 25-26 first interim budget will be presented in December. And I would be remiss, as always, if I didn't acknowledge the efforts of the entire district, including the input of our departments, our sites, and our Fiscal Services Department led by Director Adina Andrus, who is here this evening, as well as Budget Department managed by Audrey Rincon, also here this evening, and the hundreds and hundreds of hours that goes into building and maintaining the budget by the entire district team. Now I will defer to you, President Vargas, to open the public hearing and to address any questions and comments.
Thank you very much. I'd like to open the public hearing. Mr. Yang, are there any blue cards on this item?
Board President, there is no blue card on this item.
Great. Then I will close the public hearing and announce that the budget will be presented to the board for adoption at the June 24th, 2025 board meeting. Thank you very much.
Can we ask a question?
We can do that at the next meeting.
Okay.
All right. Next, we have two action items for the board. The first is a declaration of need for fully qualified educators for 2025-26. Ms. Buckmaster. There you go.
Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Hoffman, Ms. Avalos. The district is committed to hiring fully qualified educators to meet the needs of our students. However, on some occasions, we may need to request various types of emergency or limited assignment permits to meet specific needs where we are not able to find teachers who hold the appropriate authorization. The agenda item that we're bringing for you today for action outlines the categories which we are requesting, as well as some numbers, which I won't read word for word for you here, but they deal with areas of special education, English learner authorization, single subjects, and the like. You'll also see some numbers there that we're requesting. The numbers reflected, I wanted to be sure to note that they don't necessarily reflect the actual numbers of teachers that will be requiring those permits, but rather gives the district the ability to quickly meet programmatic needs should they arise without needing to come back to the board for additional requests. The board is requested, therefore, to adopt and approve the declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the 25-26 school year as required by the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing.
Thank you very much. Mr. Yang, are there any blue cards on this item?
Board President, there's no blue card on this item.
Thank you. Then I will entertain a motion to approve the declaration of need for fully qualified educators for 2025-26 as required by the California Commission on Teacher Credentialing.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Yang.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Baldwin. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Our last action item of the day is sad but necessary news. It has been announced in other forums, but it is worth announcing here as a setup to the action item we have to take that our superintendent has announced he will be retiring next year. We are very, very thankful for the long tenure. There will be plenty of other opportunities to have a much longer conversation, but we're very thankful for that, and we are very thankful for the long heads up. So the board is now fully engaged in the process, and we have a long time to make a successful transition, and so that is very exciting for all of us. So we are now taking up the question of the superintendent's retirement and separation agreement. And so I have some things that I am required to read by the state, so bear with me for a moment. California Government Code Section 54953C3 requires that a verbal summary of the proposed compensation and fringe benefits be given to the public prior to final board action on certain employment agreements. The retirement and separation agreement for the superintendent requires board action in open session at a regular school board meeting. The proposed retirement and separation agreement contains settlement waivers and the following material terms. Term: the superintendent's employment shall end on July 1st, 2026. The superintendent shall perform his duties as superintendent until December 31st, 2025. Shall serve as special project consultant for the district from January 1st, 2026 to March 31st, 2026, and shall take vacation and applicable leave from the district beginning April 1st, 2026 through and including July 1st, 2026. Compensation: consistent with superintendent's employment agreement with the district, if a total compensation increase is provided for the 2024-2025 and 2025-2026 school years to EG teams, then the superintendent's salary schedule shall be increased consistent with and based upon the same terms and contingency conditions as applicable to EG teams' employees. Health and welfare benefits. The superintendent is not eligible for Elk Grove Benefits Employee Retirement Trust, EGBERT benefits. At the superintendent's sole cost and expense, he may participate in the district's health benefits on the same terms and conditions as provided to other certificated employees, as those terms and conditions may change from time to time. On July 1st, 2027, the district will contribute to the superintendent's IRS Section 403B and 457B employer paid plans, consistent with sections 4G 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 of the superintendent's July 28th, 2026 employment agreement. On July 1st, 2027, consistent with section 4G2 of the July 28th, 2016 employment agreement, the $1,000 increase to the 403B contribution and the $1,000 increase to the 457B contribution shall be implemented. This concludes the summary of the retirement agreement with the district. Thank you for bearing with me as I read all of those numbers off. All right, Mr. Yang, are there any blue cards on this item?
Board President, there's no blue card on this item.
Very well. Board members, we've all had an opportunity to review this agreement a number of times, but we do have an opportunity here again if anybody has any last questions or comments before we approve. Ms. Baldwin, anything?
No questions, but I do just want to say that I think this is fair and consistent with what our superintendent has requested and deserves. And just thank you so much, Chris, for your service.
Don't start that right now.
Yes, we will have plenty of opportunities to get mushy at some point, but appreciate it. Ms. Moore.
I don't have anything to say. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Ballerini.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Ms. Chin. Mr. Yang? What do you want to say? Anything related to this agreement?
Can we talk about? Yeah, I think that there has been discussion in closed session, which I won't be discussing, but I think that based on his contract, it is a fair mutual agreement to an extent. But I think this is I would say, a positive retirement as far as Chris' part. And I think that this is the way that a departure of a good superintendent should be, kind of on his term. So thank you for your service.
Thank you. Ms. Alviani. Ms. Davis. All right, perfect. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Before we get to the vote, I do want to say I appreciate everybody's engagement on this. This is one of the biggest responsibilities of a school board is the relationship with the superintendent, the hiring of a superintendent. And so I appreciate all of you being actively engaged in this process, and I appreciate everybody else who was and will be engaged in this process as well. So without further ado, I will entertain a motion to approve the superintendent's retirement and separation agreement.
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Yang. Seconded by Ms. Baldwin. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right. Board member and superintendent reports. Mr. Superintendent, anything to report?
Thank you. Nothing at this time.
All right. Board members, any reports?
Yeah, I just wanted to share that I was invited to meet with Josh Hoover, Josh Hoover, regarding concerns that CSBA had, and as their delegate, I was invited. I was allowed to speak on the TK situation of the penalty phase if we're not fully compliant within so much time, and express the hardships and difficulties that penalties could bring to districts while we're trying to build classrooms, hire teachers, and trying to comply with the rules. He seemed really supportive at the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? All right, then I will adjourn this meeting at 8:09 p.m.